Okie dokie. Welcome back to part two. Clearly, I got nowhere near close to being done in part one. But, I live under the delusional belief that I'm going to get things done in a timely manner, and yet I fail miserably. And here we are today. I was able to pick up the puzzle and put it on the floor. I'm quite proud, but obviously the puzzle pieces did shift. I mean, you probably can't tell or care because you can't see it as well as I can. Um, but it did shift, which is kind of annoying, but to be expected. I'm trying to see how far I can lean forward without getting in front of the camera. Yet again, obviously, I move the camera when I'm done, and then I have to put it back again. And I was trying to figure out how I had it before, looking at the view of what the video looked like. I was like, I don't know. I gave up because at some point, like you just need to go to get started to start putting it together. You can't spend forever playing with it. I mean, technically you can, but you really, really shouldn't. Um, so we'll see how far we get today. I mean, I would love to get done today, but I don't know. It all depends on how fast it goes. Do I do better than I did last time as I try to? This is the trouble. I am so damn short that for me to reach and get, oh look, that's got red in it. Oh, that's great. To reach and get pieces is hard to do. Like, is this on the thing? I gotta do, what was up top was Vader. That's the top of his helmet. So if I'm gonna see if I can't put some of this crap together, because it might come in handy later, honestly. Uh, but yeah, it's my work day ended short today, so I was like, you know what? I cannot stand the puzzle sitting on the floor. I haven't walked into it yet. I fully expect to. At this point, I've already jammed my toe because I like to do that. I mean, it's not the correct word. I do that a lot where you're not paying attention. I had this board once on the floor in the upright position, because you can pop it up to do puzzles that way. And I forgot about it and walked straight on into it and jammed my toe really bad. It was something special. It's not like I didn't know it was there. I just, I forgot. Wasn't paying attention. I turned all the lights off to go to bed. Like, remember where you are. What's in your way? Like, it's just a trap. And then I just put it down, the puzzle on the floor again. But even if I didn't jam my toe on the puzzle, I wouldn't be surprised if I whacked it enough to move all the puzzle pieces off, and then I would have been just set. Because obviously they are relatively organized. Like, this part actually didn't move too much. These shifted together a little bit. That's unfortunate, but honestly to be expected in some ways. Oh, that's fast. There we go. That one goes there. Sit. No? Nothing? I was going to say. Don't you dare do that to me. We'll see how well I did, because all through last time I was like, no, that's a Vader piece. That's a Vader piece. I'm like, well, we about to find out how good / bad you were when you kept saying it's this. Like, man, every time you firmly say, oh, this is what it is, you're always wrong, man. Your conviction is just so high. I'm like, yeah, that's another fail. But we will see. I mean, I have some of it. Clearly, some of it's going to be down here. But that's also another reason why I put it together. Because I'm probably going to do the black next. Yes, in the entire time, since we did this the other day, since I did it the other day, and I stopped doing it, I've been thinking about it in the back of my head, how to do this next, what's your plan, the whole entire time. That's how my mind works. That's how this goes. So, I really just wanted to do something. Stop thinking about it and stop thinking and start doing, because at some point you're just wasting time, because it's one thing to think about it, you just need to go, you just need to do it. Stop thinking and start doing. So because I have the time, we're gonna take that I'm going to do that because I just, well, that's his helmet where his helmet meets his, but it's not this one, it's this one, I assume. I know what I'm talking about, don't I? No. I mean, obviously I've done the puzzle before, so yes. But also, no, I need to set these out so that I can do a surgical is not the correct word for that. Sorry, which before I started, because I said I would last time and then completely forgot about it 3 seconds later. I said I was going to look it up and see what this is. This thing is called. It's called a meditation chamber. I was quite proud of myself. And then I remembered literally right before. So right before I hit go live, I was like, man, you need to look that up. You need to look that up immediately. Really? Did I put those with the other things? Really? This is what we're doing today? This is what we're doing? Okay. Okay. But I did technically look it up, though. So I got the answer. A wee bit late, but I got the answer. Because I never would have guessed it. I'm going to keep it real. I don't know. I guess. Here I always thought, it probably does both, but I always thought that it was some sort of healing chamber type thing, not just meditation. Maybe it's both. Maybe. So the reason I'm how's this go? Doing this is because I know that I will eventually, when I do the black next, it'll have parts that obviously go with Vader. So to not have that be in my way, the goal is to not have it in my way, so that I can put it together as I'm working on it. That's the plan. Which I wonder. So does this one go this way then? I don't understand why I don't have these. Do I remember? No. No, they're not. I think my main problem last time, which I'm having trouble with it this time too, is patience. It's okay. Like I'm all like, it has to get done immediately. You have to put it on immediately. I'm like, it's okay. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. Like it's not nearly as big of a deal as you're making it out to be. Like, calm and collected, put it together in a timely manner, just as I shift them. Oh, look, it's another thing. You know what? Still, I'm finding those outside pieces that don't go to anything. How is this a thing? Because this should go here somewhere. But, yeah. So if I could just be patient and knock it out correctly. Pay attention to what I'm doing. No. Put it together and move on. So, because I still, in all the thinking about it, you're still going back and forth on the TIE Fighter. Like, if I do the black next, the TIE Fighter is what's going to get done after that. It's all about what can you do to eliminate pieces. I wonder if I should do the TIE Fighter this time and then do black right after. Fine, we'll do that. Because I'm kind of stuck. It's not that I'm stuck. Well, I am, I'm not. It's that I'm not moving at a pace which I like. It's like, hey, maybe if I have more of those pieces I'm missing, maybe I can knock them out and be done with them. So what we'll do is the tedious part first. I will go through and get the TIE Fighter pieces, which I did not do earlier because we cannot work on it. You can't cheat. As I said before, no one cares. But you can't cheat. Look, it's another piece that goes on the outside that I never defined. I feel like this is a theme. It's a theme. Although that all looks like a hot mess. I just keep using it. Although I may cheat. That sounds like a plan. And then just, what is this? I don't even know what that's for. I think that's for down there. I'm gonna skip it. When I get done with this, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a placemat, honestly, an actual placemat, and that's what I'm going to put these pieces on top of my where we're doing all this nonsense. So that way I can, no, we're not allowed to do those. I was going to say, like, maybe you can do the Superstar Destroyer, but you can't do the ATSDs. ATATs? Yet again, did I look that up and see what those were? No, I did not. You're welcome. All of this so that I can separate this crap out. So that I can do the top, so I can stop saying I'm missing the TIE fighters. That's correct. All for the TIE fighter. Because I should have separated that out the first time. Which we will now say, but I'm not allowed to say that anymore. It literally is an actual placemat. Although I'm going to do it on the back side with the thing on it. There's the barcode from Dollar Tree. We spend big money on this. But the reason I'm doing this is because I want to put these together real quick, do them easy, and then I will put them on the other thing after I'm done. Actually, how many pieces is this? I would say it's a lot of crap. Okay. Although the problem we're going to have on this one is that we're not going to have enough space to sit those on. That's fine. That's fine. Neither here nor there, kids. Neither here nor there. We will separate all these out. And then, I guess that's right here. Once this is separated out, we can do our frickin' thing I've been bitching about the entire frickin' time. It's just the TIE fighter. Oh, the TIE fighters. One little thing will mess up everything. If you do it wrong, I mean, it doesn't really mess up everything, but it did annoy the bejesus out of me. So, that, and yet again, once I have all these pieces organized, that'll mean when we get to it, I won't have to organize them then. I can just set them out on the table. That'd be nice. And I won't have to have them like I have on this one because by that point we should have whittled some of this crap, the trash we currently have on the table that makes it such a mess will be whittled down. But usually these placemats, from Dollar Tree, I have used them from time to time for puzzles. When you're like this, you've run out of space, or you literally have so much stuff that you can't fit them all on the table, so that you just have extra. Yeah, the way I do it, I admit sometimes it can be kind of a hot mess, but that's As always, the way you wish to do it is the way you wish to do it. And you do it how you do it, I'm going to do how I do it, and we're all going to end up one way or the other. We've been on there because that's actually really close to the. How is this? I'm going to put this in here. It's just, there's nothing on it. Nothing at all. Although that gives me hope that maybe I'll run across some of the other ones that I was missing earlier. Although I wouldn't be surprised if they're actually in the black. Unfortunately, it does happen. I clearly make mistakes all the time. It's fine. It's fine. Look, this is one of those pieces that goes in the thing that I can never find out. Quite odd. They should all run together. You know, I feel like there's a theme somewhere in here. Like, they should go here. Like, where's the rest of it? What did you do? Man, I watched, in my doom scroll of yesterday, I watched this video, and I laughed and laughed and laughed until the end of time. So I know I'm supposed to be doing a chill stream, but it was too amusing. If you can't laugh at this, I don't know what to say. Like, you know, I just, it was glorious. So apparently, something I'd never heard about, they were doing protests where they had decided they were going to march through Egypt and go to Gaza. Like, you know, they've closed the borders in Egypt, right? Like, they don't let anybody from Gaza in. Like, it's a whole thing. Also, it's their own feckin' country. It's not yours, it's theirs. You may not agree with their policies, you may not like their policies, but it's their place. Like, what are you, nuts? So they decided to march through, and then they got past the first checkpoint and got to the second one, which the first thing I thought was, oh, did they box you in? Did you walk into a trap like an idiot? Okay, sure. So they get to the second checkpoint and they stop and they're like, yeah, this is where you stop. You don't get to go any further than this. I'm like, why can't we go any further? Like, really? No. They're like, we have a right to protest. We're like, little kid, you were in Egypt. I don't know what their laws are, but when you're in another country, you're subject to the other country's laws. Not your own, the other country's. You have to do whatever it is they decide for you to do. That's how this works. Oh, look, it's the thing I was missing. You gonna get to, that's just not how that works. You can just watch the person from Egypt kind of look at him like, were you an idiot? Like, seriously? Are you seriously telling me because you can do it in your own country, you should be able to do it here? Like, that's not even remotely close. Like, how did we fail people? That they just automatically assume that the world does whatever, U.S. or whatever country says it. Like, that's not how this works, kids. That's not how this works. I don't know who taught you this, who made you believe that whatever rights you have in the country you're from automatically carry over to other places. Like, is that an actual thing? Do people actually believe this? Like, when you fell out of the stupid tree, did you hit every branch on the way down? Like, all of them? Like, what are we doing here, kids? The answer is no. Okay, but how long was I on? I don't honestly know. This is what happens when you're not looking at the screen at all times. So my general synopsis is this. We go to a foreign country, you are subject to their laws. No matter if you're a tourist, there for protest, whatever it may be, you need to look that crap up. You a grown-ass adult. You're going to need to look it up. Figure it out. Follow the laws. That's how this works. And just because you're allowed to do things in the U.S. or any other Western country, just because you have certain rights wherever you're from, because I gotta keep it real, I don't honestly know if the person that said, we can do this in our country was American. I automatically just assumed they were because, that sounds like something an American would say. But no, that's not how that works. I mean, that's an FAFO kind of day, if ever there was one. I'm like, I don't even, that, and if they had let you into Gaza and you died there, what kind of shit show would that have been? Like, come on now. That would cause trouble for everyone. They have to deal with that nonsense. No. Look, it's part of Darth Vader that I had on the other stuff. That's for sure. Yeah, no. I found it hilarious. Just because, I can't. I can't. You can't really blame people thinking that Americans are stupid when things like that happen, because that's just moronic. Obviously, though, I just said that I don't know if it was American, but still, at least it was an entertaining story. Not so much for Egypt. I'm sure they were annoyed that they had to put up with that crap. Because who knows how much money. Like, they clearly made their choice when they closed the borders and they said absolutely not and didn't let a single Palestinian in. And also, you know what? They're the ones that have to live there. So that is their neighbor, and they said no to their neighbor. I don't think of that what you will. I'm just saying. If they don't want their neighbor to go, it's not a good sign. I'm not an expert in those things, so. But yeah, no, it was super entertaining. I enjoyed it. Just a random thing that came up on the feed. How I missed the whole everybody was calling for it. I assume it's because of all the other nonsense that's going on. But yeah. Oh look, I know where this goes. Huzzah. Oh, that means this is one of these. Look at that. Isn't that exciting? Thrilled. Well, that means that this is down there somewhere. Don't stop. Just keep going. You'll put it in a little bit. It'll be fine. But yeah, it's the small things. Usually when I watch videos like that, it's just very depressing to watch. But that one somehow hit me at the right time. You're like, well, this is just ridiculous. Just all around ridiculous. Slightly ashamed and embarrassed, but also ridiculous. It's just, oh gosh. That, Karen Reed trial's not done yet. Great. Just best of luck to all the jurors and that nonsense. I can't even fathom, with that one especially, even if you didn't watch the trial, you definitely probably heard of it if you live in the vicinity. To be a part of that, if you had any idea what was going on, I would actually be afraid. Oh yeah. Me trying to get up, touch the thing, shook everything. I'd be genuinely afraid, to live in that community if you brought back a verdict that you thought some people wouldn't like. Even if, it was, what you believed it was, there's always some people that think she's guilty, some that don't, how do you face your community when you come back from that? Because even though your names aren't released, there are people in that courtroom and they will know who you are. And although you're not supposed to say, somebody on the internet will say, I have complete faith in their ability to do things they're not supposed to do. It takes one bad actor to ruin it for everyone else. So, yeah, that's inevitable. Yeah, our pile's getting a little bit high. I'm just saying. Well, that... I brought it all over here, and I was like, man, you're going to run into it at some point. But I didn't want to have to keep leaning over, since I had to go full in camera to get those, because I can't come around from that side because there's a table over there. Like, you got the camera right here, and then, you can't get around. Nowhere to go, kids. Nowhere to go. But, and yes, it is hot today. I don't know. We're having humidity things. I don't like. I don't know how it gets. I guess maybe we could say it's because my light is on. I work from home. When I work from home, I don't actually have the light on that's above me because it's too bright. Shocker. It's too bright, so I don't use it. So maybe the light is generating heat. I don't know. It's been an eventful day. I have a washer dryer unit. You're supposed to clean out the drain like once a month or something ridiculous because the washer dryer unit does not have a lint catching thingy. Like it just all comes out in the drain. So you're supposed to clean it more often to make sure it doesn't get gummed up or whatever. So I cleaned it out and I'm like, screwed it in tight, or I thought I screwed it in tight. So then today was the first time I used it since I did that. And so I turned it on, and lucky for me, I was in the kitchen at the time. And I turned it on, walked over to get into the fridge to get something because my washer dryer is in the kitchen. And I stepped in a puddle and I realized that I hadn't screwed it down tight enough. So then I had to clean up the water all over the floor. But luckily for me, I should be happy to know that, number one, I had just washed all my dishes because I wash them by hand. So they were all in the sink. They were all clean. So the sink was empty and the sink was freshly clean. So that way, when I used all the towels to dry up the floor, that's for the thing. I could just throw the wet towels in the sink and then just wait. When everything was dried, and I finally got the clothes that were in the washer cleaned, I could just throw the towels from the sink into the washer and clean them and be done with that. It was a hot mess. It was a wee bit stressful, but I got it finished. Here I was so proud of myself because I had made fun of somebody else for leaving it open, not closing it all the way, and I was like, man, I double checked it. When you tighten something and you check it a couple times to make sure it's as tight as it possibly can. It must have hit. When you're tightening things and sometimes it gets stuck. It's just not evenly screwing in. It's not that it's closed all the way. It's just hit that little spot where we're going to go in any farther. Yeah, that was it. That was it. It lied. It lied to me. And then, or I was foolish enough to believe it. You can choose whichever one that may be. But I was a fool. And it was not. But I found it quite amusing that you think you'd be worried that, it would be all manky and disgusting, but it wasn't. It was just water. And I cleaned it up fairly quickly, and dried it out, so it should be fine. Annoying, but fine. Fun and joyous time. Keep throwing them off the sides. But yeah, I used to, before I had this table, I had bought trays from Dollar Tree, and that's what you put the different puzzle pieces in when you didn't have enough room. You just throw them out on it, and that you can also, spread them out so you can look through them, find what you want out of them, things like that. Obviously, I don't have to use those anymore, but usually I don't. Like for the 4,000 piece puzzle that I have, I don't use the trays. I actually, because I've done it enough times and I have an actual plan, they go into different plastic containers. But the joy of puzzles, you don't really need the fancy fold-up board if you don't want one. I guess it just depends on whether or not you have a big enough space to put it on, which it's been a while since I've reviewed this one, but This puzzle board is nice in some aspects, but the key to remember about it is that it's actually fairly heavy. So, when I lifted it up to put it on the floor, it's not that I couldn't lift it up. The thing to factor in with heaviness is also the size of it, because if it's a weird shape that you have to pick up and lug around, to get your arms on either side and pick it up, it's quite big. It's quite cumbersome the way the weight is distributed. You got to make sure you have it even, especially with puzzle pieces on it, so it doesn't shift around too much. You really have to think about those things when you're lifting something up. It's like, how they always have that question of which weighs more, a ton of feathers or God, what is it, like a stone that's a ton? I always find that amusing because I always thought the feathers would be heavier. Not because they're actually literally heavier, but because of the shape of it. Just think how big of a bundle a ton of feathers would be. You can't really lift up either, but imagine how much the dimensions are of the package. I keep picturing like a bale, like just wrapped up, but imagine how many feathers you need to get to a ton. It would just be gigantic. And it would be very cumbersome and hard to lift. Whereas the ton of whatever the other thing was, I honestly don't remember what it is. I'm not looking it up. But the ton of bricks, that's what we're going to go with now, because I can't think of anything, would be a much smaller package. That you could put that on a pallet, lift it with something, and be done with it. Versus, I don't know if a ton of feathers will fit on a pallet. Like, I don't know what the dimensions are. So I always default to that. Like, I'm pretty sure that's not the answer. That wouldn't be the correct answer for the thing. I'm sure they would be like, it's the same. I'm like, it's not really, though. Not really when you think about it. When you're trying to pick it up, it's going to be the bricks is lighter. They're technically the same weight, but you would be more likely to pick up the bricks than you would be the feathers because of the dimensions. One of them will not be lighter, but one of them will be significantly easier. I guess it's from all my time in retail lifting random shit. Random size shit. And, like, it doesn't matter how big how much it weighs. Like, the weight is a factor, but the size of the box itself is really ass. Can you grip it? Can you pick it up? Can you move it because it's a weird shape? Can it fit through the door because it's a weird shape? Fun things like that, Gosh. Which, the other day, because this is how my mind works, I was sitting there thinking of videos that I should do, and I thought of one, which I can't do because of logistics, but I thought it'd be a great, something that people might actually watch. You think about that. I mean, I have one video so far that people actually watch. I understand why, but it's something that I don't have, that would require money to do more of. Not that I don't have any money at all, but to put that amount of money in it, to have that kind of consistent videos that people would watch over time, that's an investment I currently don't wish to put into it. But I was thinking about how at my old job, one of the things I did was decorate Christmas trees, which, I worked retail. They had a Christmas tree section with Christmas ornaments and whatnot. It was one of the many jobs that I got by default. But partially I enjoyed it in certain aspects of it. To have complete control in the end, not when I started, but for like the last 10 years that I worked there, I had complete control. So I would go in, when you work retail, they give you a schematic of how things are supposed to be. So I would go into the computer, because I knew where all that stuff was, and look for it. And when it finally turned up, I would print off the schematics and see what the floor plan was going to be. I always enjoyed that. I'm being sarcastic, because the floor plan they would have There are obviously different sizes of stores. Not every store is the same size, at least for the franchise that I worked at. Not franchise, whatever. The stores that I worked in one store. Not every store is the same size. So they give you these instructions, and then I get to go through it, and we're like, well, we don't have that fixture. I've never seen such a thing. That's very pretty. I wish I had that. Do that part of it. You're like, well, this is the great planning stage. They're like, well, kids, now we got to figure out what we're going to use because we don't have this. So figure out the logistics of how that's going to work out. And then as we get in the ornaments, if you've never unpacked ornaments before, they come in and they're individually wrapped. They came in boxes that were divisible by 6. I'm a math person, so I of course knew it was divisible by 6, and it counted later. So I'd be able to keep track. The number 1 tree, the biggest tree, the red tree, would have, I'm going to say 800-ish ornaments on it, give or take, depending on how many you got in, because they don't tell you how many ornaments you're going to get in, so it's always a crapshoot. But it's a sad day because I'll see it coming and I'll know ahead of time, because I got to unwrap all those hundreds of ornaments before you put them on the tree. You'll know ahead of time if you have, over 100 of the same ornament, because you got 3 boxes of 36. You're like, oh, come on, really? The same ornament? And I could safely say, it's never one your heart desires. It's always something else. So you've got 3 boxes of 36. Do math while you're placing. Oh, this is a bad idea. So 3 times 36 is 90 plus 8, 108. So you have 108 ornaments. So how I would do this out is I would unbox all the ornaments and put them in order, most to least. So you'd have that 108 ornaments, and that would be the first thing you put on the tree. So if ever you decorate a tree, whether it be retail or your own tree, the number 1 most important thing to make your tree look nice is to fluff it. Fluffing is the worst. If you are fluffing a tree or you're decorating a tree, I highly recommend putting on a long sleeve shirt. I don't care how hot it is. The tree, especially a fake tree, which is what I would be using in this scenario, is scratchy. So if you do not use a long sleeve shirt, your arms will be all scratchy like you just baled hay. I'm just saying. That, and it can be quite itchy because obviously fake trees will have the fake snow on it, and that fake snow, who knows what asbestos-ridden nonsense that is. I don't know what's actually in it, but I can't imagine it's anything that you're supposed to get on you. So, or breathe in, whatever. Like, it's going to get everywhere. Ornaments, covered in glitter, that crap's going to get everywhere. But yeah, wear a long sleeve shirt. Save yourself. Save yourself. So, you have to fluff the tree. Fluffing the tree is going around, as you know, when you take a Christmas tree out of the box. It's all compressed down, to fit in the box. Because if ever there was something, once you get out of the box, it's never going back in. It's a Christmas tree. I mean, there's a way to make that happen. It involves sitting on the Christmas tree while it's inside the box. You can technically get it back in again, but it's a skill. It's a skill. Because at the end of the season, once you're done, you do actually sell those trees. So you got to sit on them and get them back in the box. Oodles of fun. Oodles. So you have to fluff them out. So on each branch of the tree, when you set it up, you pull them down. The nicer, newer ones, when you set it up, they'll just fall down. But on each branch, they have the smaller twigs and stuff, so you need to fluff it out. Get it away from the branch and take all the little ones out, because you want as many places to hang your ornaments on as you can. And also, the more fluffed it is, it just looks nicer. It just looks nicer. And, even if you don't have an ornament there, it'll still make it look better than if you were to leave it all sad and depressed. So after you've fluffed your tree, takes forever. Fluffing the tree is just like me organizing those ornaments. I can't stand it. I do it. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. But fluffing is necessary. It's a necessary evil. Must do it. Oh, look. It's one of the fun. So once you've got the fluffing done, gosh knows that's what was fun. Then you move on to, see, I keep thinking it should be right here. Putting the ornaments on the tree. So you have those 108 ornaments for the most ornaments that you have. And then you divide the tree up into quarters. I just do it in my head. Like, it's not going to be exact perfect, but just like picture yourself putting it into quarters. Divide the amount of ornaments you have, the 108, divide that by 4. And then you will end up with, 27. Yay! So you have those 27 ornaments for each quarter of the tree, and then you just try to place them in there. Obviously, if you have 27 ornaments for one side of the tree, you can and do put the ornaments inside the tree, straight up inside the tree. And if you're super lucky and the ornament's big enough, you don't even have to hang it in the tree. You can just put it in the tree, inside. Because there will be some on the outside too, and you just don't have enough space for this crap. Because you still have all the other ornaments. You still have 600-700 ornaments that gotta go on the tree besides that one. So no. You need to cram it all in there. Make it work. But then you just go through. Once you get done with that one, then you go to the next size. The one you have the most of in the next one. And then you just keep on moving one at a time, going through one at a time until you have the last one. Usually if it's sometimes super breakable ornaments or whatever, you will only actually get 6 of them, the rare ones. So that's why they're last, because you want them to be on the outside. Now, when you're hanging ornaments on a tree, what you want to do, let's see if I remote it right, that should be up there. What you want to do is have them be in the tree, not outside of the tree. So when you hang it on the tree, you put it on the branch wherever you chose, set it inside. So push it, instead of it hanging outside, push it so it's sitting inside the tree, like sitting on the branch that's underneath it. So it's lodged in there. The reason I had to do that was because the amount of times I'd have to move the tree after I organized it. The last year that I was there, I set up the trees. We were having a corporate visit, which is nonsense. Gigantic waste of time. I'm so glad they did that, because without them doing that, we might have been productive and got shit done. Clearly, corporate visits really are helpful. Clearly, I enjoyed them immensely. I mean, sure, we wasted who knows how many hours during a holiday so we could set it up so that the big bigs can walk through, say how great it looks, and then not have any hours for the rest of the year. It's fine. Got to make them be happy. But so for the corporate visit, because the big wigs came, they let you know well in advance. So you're spending all those hours to set it up. So I set up the Christmas trees because they always have to come during the biggest time of the year, because that is also makes perfect sense. So I had set it all up according to the schematics because that's the way it was. So then, of course, the store manager came through and I was like, no, we should have it over here. In which case I looked at it and I was like, I did it according to the schematics. This is where they said to put it. So that's where I put it. It's all supposed to be together. Like, we don't want it together. And my answer was, of course, okay, fine. We'll take it apart and move it. So they had me move the trees. So how does one move a tree with 800 ornaments on it? Well, kids, it's actually very, very easy. If you stuck the ornaments in there like you're supposed to, so then they're not hanging on the outside, they're in the inside, you can actually just drag that tree. I literally just stick my hand into the inside of the tree, so I'm holding the middle, and drag it across the floor. Drag it all across the floor with as much hate and anger as I possibly can, because it makes it move easier. Honestly, it makes it move easier. So I moved it. And then before the big wigs come, you have to have the medium wigs come. So they show up, walk through, they're like, hey, this is supposed to all be together in this one spot. And so I say, Okay, I'll put it together in one spot, and then I dragged it back to what it was originally. Yeah, I definitely had time for that. No, I didn't have time for that crap. You know, it's a well-oiled machine. It works great. Works great. It's fine. It's fine. You know, the joy of retail. Sometimes when they tell you to do something, you can say, this is a stupid idea, but then you just have to do it anyways. Just do it anyways. It's okay. It's okay. Just do it. No matter how much you hate it. I'm like, I followed the directions as best I could with what I had. Those trees. I'm not a very making it look pretty aesthetically kind of person, but I will admit, the math worked great for those trees. It worked great because I was OCD about it. You know, everything was separated out by each style of tree. Like, it was all I done good. It was really good. I was quite happy about it. I was quite happy. Although the consequence of this is whenever I put up my tree, my tiny itty bitty, like the one that sits on top of a table tree, because it was on clearance, man. The one joy of working retail, when somebody returns something out of season, you're like, yeah, I'll take that. Have a returned item? Full well, I will. Absolutely. You know how much cheaper it is when it's returned? As long as it's not broken, I don't care. Uh, my tiny little tree. When I put it together, I'm so used to putting 800 ornaments on the tree. When you look at it with a normal amount that a normal human would have for their trees, you're like, crap. It looks so empty. I don't understand. I guess that was something I could probably sell out and be like, hey, if you have a craptastic number of ornaments that you need put on a tree, I can get that done for you. I can. I can. It's an art form. Like, obviously, you need to choose your ornaments. Which, if I was going to choose the bestest of the best of the trees that we had back in the day, when Christmas ornaments in the Christmas section was much bigger than it was, every year it got smaller and smaller because it didn't sell as well. We had themed Christmas trees, and one of the themed Christmas trees was Noah's Ark, and it literally had stuffed animals in it. How does one put a stuffed animal in a tree? Well, yeah, you just put it in there. You just put it in there. Like, I think like the next year we had the tree that had birdhouses in it, like actual birdhouses in it. I'm like, why are we sticking birdhouses in a tree? Like, never mind. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I'm just gonna put it in. Those were the interesting ones. That and my Christmas tree is entirely made out of burry ornaments. The burry ornaments are the ones that are made out of what looks like pine cones, but it's obviously not pine cones. So it's the pine cone ornaments. Because we had the burry tree, that's actually what it was called. I'm going to say 3 or 4 years in a row at least. You know, ornaments, when they go on clearance, they go super cheap. So every year, you know, once they went cheap, I would get any which ones I liked. So all my ornaments cost, you know, less than $1 a piece. You just accumulated them over time, and now I have a whole entire tree, tiny tree, mind you, but a tree nonetheless, that is fully made out of burry ornaments. Oodles of fun, oodles. Although the Christmas trees, I would dare say, would probably be the most aesthetically pleasing thing I'm able to put together. Because that's just not my wheelhouse. Like, you can tell me what you want, and I could try to do it. But as far as the pretty factor, I just don't. That's not how That's not a. I would want it to be, but I'm not very artistic in that way. I'm very much a follow instructions. So even though those trees did turn out well, obviously I was following the instructions that are, I would assume, not the math part, but the other part of how you would put the tree together, I would assume that was in the instructions. I just followed the instructions and did it. Which, the one thing about the trees at work that's different than what you would do at home is they have the sticks in them. Next time you go, Christmas, many months from now, unless they had Christmas in July, but I don't think they put trees up for Christmas in July. When you go through and look at the Christmas trees, oftentimes they'll have sticks inside of them. The sticks are very helpful, especially if you have a tree that has empty spots or whatever. The sticks are actually, ooh, I'm wrong. So originally I said the last thing you put in the tree is the ornament you have the least of. That is not true. That's the second to last thing. The last thing you put into the tree is actually the sticks, because the sticks is what you use. A lot of times they really are like twigs. Sometimes they come in different colors. So they'll have them in silver or red or whatever. Depends on what the tree is. Obviously the red tree is comprised of red and gold ornaments. This is not, it's crap. I don't remember. If only I could remember the name of the tree, because it has one. It really, really does. It wouldn't matter for anybody unless somebody actually watched this video and worked at the same store I did. They might be able to recognize the tree. Or you could Google it. Flipping internet. But yeah, those sticks will cover up a great deal of sins. So when you get done, no matter how much I do all that math and whatnot, and yet still, when you get to the end, you'll be like, how are there empty spots in this tree? I don't understand. Like, you had enough ornaments. Even on the 800 ornament tree, you will still end up with empty spaces that you just cannot figure out how this happened. It drives me up the wall. So then that's what you use the sticks for. The sticks literally just, you shove them into the holes, and then they fill in the empty spots, and then you don't have, because your end goal, you don't want any holes in the tree. So that's how you want to end. And that should, with the sticks cover your mistakes. So anything that doesn't look pretty, that's what the stick is for. It's supposed to fill it in, make it look pretty. It actually does. It works really, really well. I highly recommend it. So the next time you go through after the Christmas season is done and you see those clearance sticks and you think, why would I want those? Just think what would they would look like in your tree, filling those empty spots if you have any empty spots in your tree. And they also can be used for, in all of the trees that I did, they didn't have angels that go on top of the trees. So the sticks were the replacement for the angels. So where you would have the angel on top, you'd have the sticks coming out of the top. So you would have some there to be all decorative, and that actually does look nice. I liked it. And obviously to each zone, you might enjoy it, but I did. Those would go on the top of the tree, and then in every hole that you had. Yes. Great deal of time and effort would go into those. But just like doing this puzzle, because I would have looked it up in advance, I'd know how many trees I had, and I would already start setting up, thinking in my head where it's going to go on the floor. Which trees were going to get put together, where they were going to go, how you were going to set it. Like, you would have some idea. I worked on the dock too, as well as my other job. So I would get to see the ornaments as they came in, so you have some idea of how many you had. So how they would fit in and things like that. Yeah. Like, it was all, while I was doing tedious work, I was coming up with a plan. On So well, but I, would spend my time, at least with something to think about. Although I find it generally amusing, as anyone who's come up with a plan, sometimes when you get to the point where you get to implement the plan, you realize something catastrophic has happened, and you're like, well, this plan is worthless. We now need to throw it away. I'm glad I spent all that time thinking about it. None of that is useful. None of that can be used. And now you're going to have to do something different. Or, obviously, when I'm placing it on the floor, I would. This internet is going to drive me nuts. drive me nuts. I'll check my phone to see. I find it amusing. This morning I woke up and it was like, hey, your internet, they were working on it last night, I think. I'm like, the internet's fine, it's back up, it's all good. I'm like, great, no problem. No, not so much. You're supposed to work on it all night. Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot. I just don't know. I don't know how much it. I don't know how much I missed. I don't know where that conversation ended. I don't know. There's going to be a weird stop at some point, in which my answer is, well, that's pretty much that's how my mind works. So, but I almost got the 2 TIE fighters done. Yay. Let's at this one. Oh, hey, it does go there. Isn't that exciting? Aren't we proud? Aren't we proud? At least this section of the puzzle has gone in. Oh, you're going to jinx yourself. Has gone in relatively well. As expected. The fucking TIE fighters. I'm happy that I did this because at the very least, I won't have to spend the whole time saying, oh no, if I just put the TIE fighters in, like you did that, so you can't say that anymore. I mean, I could still say that I just did, but you know what I meant. You know what I meant. Isn't that Darth Vader's helmet? I don't know. And then I might just put the rest of these in the thing. Well, so they have the big TIE fighters, and then they have the tiny ones. You know, the perspective ones, the ones that are farther away. That I have all over the place. I don't know why I bothered to get those. Probably because they were TIE fighters. I was like, just take all of them. But, yes. Still, well done, kids. Well done. Although I don't know why I don't have that one. Oh. Skills. Makes me quite happy. Quite happy. We got our 2 TIE fighters. You can see them on both sides. Our net probably go out 15 more times before we're done tonight. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, what could I have been doing? Read a book? Which I did actually. I was watching something else. And it reminded me of a book I had. And I was like, oh, I want to watch it. Not watch it. I want to read it. Last night I was like, oh, I should read that book. And I'm like, it's midnight. You're not allowed to start that book. It's too, absolutely not. You cannot start a book at midnight. Did I start it after? No, of course I didn't. Why would I do that? You know, I was like, you cannot start that book. Walk away, small child. Walk away. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But, oh, I put that there and I was like, yeah. I probably should put that in at some point, but it's down here, so probably it's in the way. I say down here, it's right here and right here. It's in the middle of the pieces of the place because it's a hot mess. We know how this works. We know how this works, but I should be able to put some of these in. Just. Do the standard. This piece should be here because it's part of this. I don't understand. Oh, I should put those together at some point. See, yet again, I don't know how this works out, but somehow, like this has stars in it. It's like a broken fucking record. Okay, there we go. Like it has stars in it. It must be here. This isn't a maybe. This isn't a sort of. Like this just should definitely be here. Definitely be here. As should this one. But it won't be. Oh look, there it is. It should not be an in-between. It should all come out. I feel like I'm going to take this off again and put it back in its... Put it back in its space. Just because it's driving me nuts. Driving me nuts? To have all that random crap all over the place. The flotsam, jetsam, whatnot. That way, as we are all well aware of the many times I've done this before. I'm really bad at not checking things that are already that are taken out and put in somewhere else. If that makes sense for anyone. It makes sense to me. I'm gonna keep it that way. I just don't check those. Then it causes me problems. It causes me problems. Many, many, many problems. Although, yet again, how do I not have this piece? How do I not have? Because it's not one of those, right? No. Oh, this one. Huzzah. Which I need to see if I have these. Just start at one end and go to the other. Isn't that a plan? Should we do that? I still think I'm doing much better today than I was last time. Because I did the TIE Fighter. That one thing that destroys everything. Everything. You get so hyper fixated. That's not that one. Hyper fixated on that one thing and it just decimates everything else. I can't say I'm super surprised, honestly. But it is annoying. It's a weakness I have. It's a weakness I know I have. And yet here I am. Which I don't know about this one, whether or not I'll actually have it because it's so small. I need to see if any of these go together. Put that up there. Those. There's those two. There's that one. I feel like this is going to be up here. It's always a fun one. Like, it goes right here, and then you just set it in. Can be so lucky. Can be so lucky. Okay. Although it's probably, it could be so lucky. Or you could be so lucky. Oh, no. Don't even walk down this path. Don't do it. Don't do it. I just... I was putting that one in. I was like, where did you get this piece from? Do we remember? No. No, I don't remember. It's good times. Have by all. Oh, yeah. It's a moment of pride right there. Moment of pride. No clue at all where it came from. Oh, gosh. I guess technically I can rewind it and find out. Is that a plan? Only a matter of time. How do I not have this one? It's always fun when you go through the whole thing and then you get to the end and like it was on the one side. Whatever side you choose to check for it, it was on the other side. So you went through all of them. Had you just started on that side with those pieces, you would have already found it by now. But because you started the other way, you've got nothing. Yeah. Yeah. I don't get annoyed by that at all. It's fine. It's fine. Fine, fine. Fine, fine, fine. Oodles fun. Oodles. Got the nice scent of rain coming in from outside. I don't know if it's actually raining or not. It's been wet of late. Between that and the humidity, it's just great times had by all. Had by all. Whittle through. If I do it this way, it'll be better. Because it should exist. I should have separated it out. This should not be missing. This should actually be here. There, see? Like it must exist. I guess it clearly... all these pieces that I had the whole entire time that I couldn't find that saved my life magically start showing up now that we did that one section. It's ridiculous. I'm going to say that and I can't find anything. You know what? It's a small thing. Oh, look, it's this one. Although you'd think I'd have the other one too, because I feel like I separated those out because I knew that they went there. Whatever, whatever. Keep moving on. Move along, move along. I find it slightly amusing. Yes, I talk like this to myself when I'm not. I mean, usually I won't say it out loud, mind you. But when I get stuck on something, like just tell myself to keep on going. Like, don't get bogged. If ever there's a life lesson there, like don't get bogged, don't get stuck. Just keep going, keep moving forward. Don't stop. You stop, it's like quicksand. You get stuck on something and you don't let it go. In my job, my old job, my main thing was online orders. So you'd have to go through. You actually picked them off the floor. Oodles fun, oodles. But you get an order for something and you'd know exactly what it was, where it's supposed to be, all that. So you'd go to where it was supposed to be and it's not there. So then you're like, great, you know, you're picking off the floor. So a customer could have picked it up, not wanted it, put it back on the wrong rack, or not put it back at all. So it's sitting on a go back rack somewhere where it needs to go home. Hasn't gone home yet. So then you're trying to figure it out, but eventually you'll get stuck on it. If you can't find it right away, obviously. You'll get stuck on it and you'll become obsessed with it. You're like, I know it exists, you know, especially if you've seen it before. You'll know it exists. You know it has to be here. You can't find it. And you'll start to spin. And you just have to, at some point, say, like, just stop. Your first thing you can do is stop, reset yourself, and start over. So for, like, this puzzle piece, if I could figure it out, I'd stop looking for it, act like I hadn't looked for it at all, and just start over from the very beginning and act like I hadn't looked for it. That's step one to trying to get you out of the quagmire. Step two is to just put that piece down, go to a different one, and then come back to it later. Just let it, just stop looking for that one thing, come back for it later, and maybe it'll magically have dug itself out of the hole from which it was in. Like maybe it'll magically appear, whether it because somebody while you were gone put it back, and it's now where it's supposed to be. It came home. Or B, you know, when you came back the second time, you know, that was an even better reset than you've forced yourself to do on your own. And after that reset, you could find it. Like I've had it where, you know, look for it, put it on the I'll look for it later list. And when the store opened, as you look for it, before the store opens, you look for the scrap in the darkness, because that makes it easier to find. Sure. So you're looking for it in the dark, can't find it. So when the lights come on, store opens, there were associates that worked on the floor that actually knew that area better than me. At that time, we actually had experts. It was great times. Back in the heyday. But I went out on the floor and I was like, hey, I was pointed at the table. It was a home good. I pointed at the table where the dishes were, because it was part of the dishes collection. It was just a specific, size and color and whatnot. And I pointed at the table and I was like, hey, do you have that in this color? And they're like, you're literally pointing at it. And literally at the end of my hand, where I was pointing on the table, was the exact item that I needed. But because I looked at it for so long, it literally was camouflage, basically, that I could not find it. It was insane. Because the piece I was looking for was a mere, I'm going to say, an inch from my finger. That's how close how close I was to the table to pointing at it. And I still didn't see it. At all. You're just lost. No. It was amusing. But that's why sometimes you have to stop and go do something else. Like for the puzzle pieces, it might be there. But you just can't, for whatever reason, you just can't find it. It's just not working for you right now. Go to a different one. Maybe you can get on a roll, and start knocking pieces out, and then when you come back later when you're on a roll, you'll find it then. Maybe that's what you need to do to get it done. It's weird, but that's how it works. It's not the piece I wanted, but we'll take it. Yeah, So yeah, my job was kind of like being a scavenger hunt, like playing a game of scavenger hunt where you're trying to hunt stuff down. It's quite odd. With the added, wrinkle that customers shop on that floor, so who knows where they put it when they were done looking at it. Not that a customer would ever put anything back in the wrong spot. I would never say such a thing. They did it all the time. But so did the associates too. So if the employees are doing it, I can't really blame the customers for doing it too. Customers shouldn't, although some of them might, know the floor plan enough to know exactly where to put it back to. That's assuming they even found it in the correct spot to begin with. It's another wrinkle in the joy that is retail. It's like, man, did they put it back in the right spot? Well, the odds are not in your favor. Not in your favor. I'm just trying to see where this goes. Yeah. Usually the answer is no, with a side of no. Especially nowadays. Although I haven't worked retail in a little while, so it might have changed, but I seriously doubt it. Because the time from which you had experts that knew their area very well and you could ask questions and get stuff done, that's long since died. Was sacrificed on the altar of, we don't need those workers. Expert workers are a waste of time. Anyone could do this job. It'll be fine. Yeah, no. It's not fine. I don't know if I should just give up and do the black end. Man, it's so messy. It should be so freaking messy. But yeah. Oodles are fun. Oodles. It's quite odd that I don't have some of these. was I going to say? Does it have... Oh, you know what? I put some of the middle of Darth Vader's in the AT-AT section. My bad. In my defense, they both have the red lines in the middle of them. One of them's for shooting and the other one's for something else. But yeah, whoops daisy. It's fine. A nice quiet day. Good thing there was something I was supposed to look up about the books, but I don't remember what it was, and I didn't look it up, so there was a question I asked in the first part. I did not answer it in the second, that's for sure. And I didn't read Shadows of the Empire in the 2 days since we did the other. It's been 2 or 3 days, whatever. Close enough. And doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I just have so much crap, so much junk in this, which boggles the mind, honestly. I don't understand why I have so much junk. Because you think these? I should have all of these. How was that not a thing? Like, I know where they are. They're on the side. Oh, never mind. It's in the red. That's true. That's true. Because the red's down here. And I haven't done the red yet. It's the small things. Whoops, daisy. But even without the red, I should still be able to whittle some of this down. Because it said so. Doesn't said so. I mean, I guess technically I put the red on the thing. But I'll probably try to set it down first. Which makes no sense when I say it out loud. What I meant by set it down is I gotta try to see how many of the black pieces I can fit into the board before I do the red. Because I still should go to here. So all of this and all of this should fill in with the black. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. We all know how this works because I'm so good at predicting these things. Such a great job. I will, of course, be right about all these things. No, I won't. I have complete faith in my ability to mess it up. I mean, do it badly. Yeah, that's right. I should really try to do, since I have him here, I need to do Darth Vader. Remind me to do Darth Vader. And there should be, oh, there's some of those. That's helpful. There we go. Okay. rooms. Which, how did I get so much mess? So much mess. There's Darth Vader's thing in the middle. I could have done this on the board and then pushed it down. Alas, no such joy. Did not think of that until after I'd set it down. That's fine. Okay. Where's this? Somebody tell me that one thing I have. The one size I have. Because you think there would be. How do I not have this piece? That's not to think about it. Okay. Shoot this one first. So messy. So messy. Well, that works well. I think I should do it anyways, just because it's driving me nuts. Break my cardinal rule. I feel like I should. I think it'll make me feel better. Don't break my cardinal rule. I just put all the solid ones into here. Just because I don't like it. That, I don't know why it really matters, but I don't like the way. I can see the contrast better on here than I can the other one. We'll see. Does this make a huge difference? Well, I would assume so. Although, The thing to remember when you do this, you gotta be super careful, because if you bump it, as all things go, you bump it and everything disappears and everything dies. It's a sad, sad day for everyone. Sad day for everyone. I gotta remind myself to check the thing every once in a while, make sure I haven't ran away. Not that I would lose connection again. I would never. Ooh, a hot mess. What happened at this one? There we go. If anything this teaches you is that you don't need anything fancy to put your stuff on. You can put it on anything, and it'll be fine. Skills. Yes, I should have done this in the first place. Yes, this adds time, but I think it'll be very productive to have it this way. Then have it the other way. Why are there pieces like this all over the place? Okay. What's this one? Now we can try this one out. Would it be funny if I couldn't find it even when I did move it over? I mean, I don't think I'd actually be surprised. I'm gonna keep it real. Complete faith in my ability to mess it up even without it. Nope. Still didn't find it. Skills. But I still think it will be productive, helpful to have it this way versus the other way. I still think it'll reduce my time. If I can remember which way the piece came out of the board, that would also be helpful. Because at this point, yet again, like it was the whole time, like it has to be here. It's not possible for it to not be here. Because there is no more black. It's all a matter of I'm failing it. Finding it. It's not about it not being there. Whatever it might be, it will exist. I just need to find my starting point, and then we will move from there. Here we go. My 2 TIE fighters, my shitty internet connection. My pain. I guess I should just be happy. Ever since I got the USB-C cable for the internet, it's been fairly decent since then. because I have a Chromebook. That's what we'd be using. Because the perk of the Chromebook is it has two USB-C hookups, one on either side, which really comes in handy, so you don't have to choose which side you're going to plug your Chromebook in on. So I just put the internet in on the other side and be done with it. And also because the camera goes in through USB, I can't have the internet going in through the USB because I only have, I have two, but one of them is for my wireless mouse, and you can't have one that does both. Oh, come on, really? Because it doesn't work well. As long as you can't, I don't recommend it. I've tried it before, and like the mouse doesn't work, so there should be a stream out there somewhere where I couldn't get the mouse to work to close the stream. It was entertaining for me, but not that I don't know how to use the mouse, is that it would not. So you just keep shaking it, trying to get it to work. Well, that and had the added advantage. I stream from the computer I use for work. It's not my. It is my work computer, but it's not a computer I got from work. It's my own. But yeah, to have that dedicated connection so I don't have to worry about it, that's nice. It's kind of nice. I find it slightly amusing. I just don't like the connectors that have all male or all female. I don't like trying them. Like, I don't know why on this puzzle. I'm all like, I hate it. I hate it so much. It shouldn't be. I assume it's just because I hate spinning it around, because technically it can go from any angle, so you have to check them all. But that's my assumption. Yet again, it must exist. Because all the red is below the green. And it's not like there's a red piece that's... Oh, for God's sakes. There shouldn't be. Although, I could safely say at this point, with the, 3 pieces I put in now? I'm not counting. That's my guess. I think it's more than that. And that it was helpful to put those this way. Although, obviously I'm written. I don't remember, because I didn't do it today, how I separated the blue. Which might be causing me problems later. Why I would do one that only has one thing on it. It's got a distinctive connector. I'll definitely be able to find it. Will you? Will you really? Why would you think so? You haven't been doing great at it so far. Well, shucks. Maybe this time will be the time I find the piece. Make the beef so lucky. Do it again. I think it would be. How about that one? Huzzah! Yay! It's exciting stuff right there. Exciting. That's super, super helpful. Oh, probably helps if we get it the right way. We may, if we get stuck on this one, we'll go to the other side and check the other side. Sounds like fun. Let's do this nonsense. Did it fall together? Sassafras. I mean, great. That's something to look forward to later. Yet again, it's like the very last one it could possibly be. I'm like, yep, there it is. Well, really? Come on. Could you not be a little bit closer to the beginning and at the very, very, very end? Nothing? No. This one's not in there. There's that one. As always, like every single time, like we must move it over one. Why? Because I said so. Sassafras. be happy. I know I hate doing this one. I did find that other one, so slowly but surely, whittle it down to a more manageable number. That's still no joy. I don't know if I already tried this or not. It's a good sign. It's a good sign. I'm trying to think of something exciting to talk about. Spent forever and a day on Star Wars last time. Obviously, Empire's the best movie. I mean, honestly, it's the best movie for me. Yet again, as always, you know, what you like is what you like. Never allow anyone to make you think you need to change your mind because they don't like it. What movie you like is fairly subjective. That we all have at least one, if not many, craptastic films or TV shows that we love, even though we know they're objectively trash. So, you know, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, unless you're really stuck up or something. Somebody has something like that where they enjoy it. And they know it's not good. Ah, the bugs. They're attracted to the bright, bright, bright light. Don't mind if I do. I'm like, well, good luck. There's nothing for you to eat, so, I mean, besides me, please don't eat me. Please don't be the type of bug that will eat me. See, this is what I expected the sky to do. Oh, that's not this one, it's this one. Honestly. Which is where the problem lies. Like, I expected the sky to go in relatively quickly. I wonder if it is because of the contrast. I wonder if my eyes don't like it. I mean, I know they don't like it. But I wonder if my eyes not liking it causes me to not be able to see things that should go together as well. This is a solid argument. I'll go with that one. I'm getting old. It's a bust. Although it's also just, my eyes don't like bright lights, don't like white things. So, you know, for like my laptop and things like that, I always generally have it set so it has like the night brightness, you know, so it has the yellow tint to it, so it's not as bright. And then I'm constantly changing it depending on what the light is in the room. And like if I'm working, I'm not using the light that's above my head right now that I need, you know, to illuminate the board. I'm using the light that's far away from me. How do I not have that one? That gives me enough light to see, but is not, well, I guess it's in there somewhere. Blinding. Because it's just too bright. Bright lights are bad for your eyes, honestly. One of the many reasons why I don't like driving at night. Never mind the fact that I have a car. It's super annoying now that they have, like, I don't know if they're LED, but the brighter lights that are on vehicles. Because I'm so low, they basically go straight into your eyes. I mean, I can still see. I'm not blind, but yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Close my patio window. Because, you know, you can, there's stairs to my back patio and it's pitch black darkness. So I don't, I mean, you can hear them. You should be able to hear them if they come up the stairs, but I'd rather not. It's at my back. I can't see anything. My lights are on so they can see in, but I can't see out. It's a great sign. It's great. Super safe. Although I live in a safe neighborhood. But it's best. That, and I still don't know because I never checked to see if the sound travels. I mean, I know it does, but how much it travels? Because whoever built my apartment complex, they built the apartments around ponds, which is nice for a decorative standpoint, but it makes it into a triangle, and the triangle just makes everything echo. So if you're on your patio in any part of the triangle, the sound will echo throughout the whole place. How do I not have any of these things? It's driving me nuts. It's driving me nuts. It's quite amusing. In a, wow, that's not the best design you could ever come up with kind of way, but bug. Ash. Better not bite me. It's the one drawback of the summertime. You're like, yay, fresh air, but also outside living things. Outside living things that are dead or frozen or, not active during the winter time. They're all like, ooh, it's time. It's time to go. Time to go out, visit, say hi, buffet on the humans, small things. I guess it's an incentive to keep everything clean, because that way you don't have to worry as much about that. So figure out what that. There's a little dot at the end of that. Like it must go on to something, but I don't know what it is. I just assume, like everything else, like it'll turn up eventually, probably. I would assume so. Maybe it's on the end of the Superstar Destroyer. Because that's the other thing that you will eventually run into. Darth Vader's coming along nicely. That's why he's up there. Like it's something like that, and he goes straight down the middle. Ugh. I feel like I'm going to try, if possible, to do it. No, that's not right. I'll use my placemat to organize, because apparently that works well. Nice. As I say that, and I was like, ooh, I should put Darth Vader on this. Like, already made another decision on something. Like, you just said you were going to do this, and now you just thought you were going to do something else in your head, and then you say you're going to do something else. Yeah, constantly planning. Who knows what will actually get done? Yeah. We'll find out when I get to it, honestly. Oh, it's interesting. You come from one way, you can't find anything, go the other way. You're like, oh, it's right there. Really? There we go. Find a distinctive one, see if we can't dig that one out of the hole. As we're stuck, yet again, although we didn't get the top of Bader done. So, I mean, done-ish. I assume some of those pieces are actually in underneath what I'm doing now, but I'm not flipping back. So, and then we'll go up here and see if we can't dig these out. Since I got rid of some, maybe the rest of them will magically appear. Ain't that the lie we keep telling ourselves? I found one the first try. Oh crap. I was just like that stuck in there. Now, I'm trying to think how many times. I've probably done this puzzle, I'm going to say 3 times since I bought it 3 years ago. 3, maybe 4. And it's starting to fall apart in some places. So, just in case you ever wanted to know what the buffalo puzzles, how well they stick together. I don't think, because I'd admit if I did it. Sometimes, depending on the puzzle, if they touch water, they immediately absorb it and then inflate and rip themselves apart. Because if you didn't know, usually puzzles are a bunch of paper stuck together. It's not paper-like product of some sort. Stuck together in a stack. So it's multiple stacks, individually. So when it absorbs water, it puffs up and then it splits the stacks apart. So usually certain puzzles, when it absorbs water, the top will come off, which is always a little fun. So like my Harry Potter puzzle has gotten water on it numerous times, honestly. Why would do it once when you could do it multiple times? At least I'm consistent. But I have a couple different pieces that I've super glued back together because the top has come off. It's slightly annoying. So, don't drink water. Your puzzle. Especially on a day like this with the condensation and whatnot, you don't want because it will absorb water like it's a paper towel. Like it's gonna suck it up better than a paper towel could because, you know, it's something you don't want to absorb water, so that means it will definitely do it even better than ever. So, you know, prepare yourself for the hot mess that is when it absorbs the water and then just inflates and rips apart. I have at least one or two pieces. Not only have to super glue the top on, but it also had to super glue all the other pieces together. And then at some point, you know, I just stopped trying. So then I would just get rid of the pieces in the middle that disappeared. So the piece is not as high as the rest of them because it's lost layers. It's just ridiculous, just ridiculous. But that's also the puzzle that had the whole entire row that doesn't go together. I mean, it does technically fit together, but it's off kilter. So, you know, usually when you put pieces together, they will line up. They'll be even. So the bottom of this piece will be flush with the next one. They'll be even that way, but that puzzle isn't. So not only is it a pain to get the sky outside pieces to go together, but also because they don't fit right, it looks weird to the naked eye. Like if you get close to it, you can tell. I mean, I can. I would assume anyone can just because it's so obvious. I assume it's because they put two puzzles together, which is something I never even thought of until I saw a review for like I think it was like a 5,000 piece puzzle. And they were talking about how it was two sections put together, so it came in two separate bags. But if you mix them together, that means that some of those pieces will match perfectly. Although I would assume they shouldn't match color-wise. But they match perfectly because it's the same puzzle twice, the same cut twice. Which I never honestly even considered that an actual thing. Like I didn't realize that's what you did when you cut puzzles. But it does make sense after the fact that's how they do that. Because it shouldn't really matter that everything is cut exactly the same unless you're the type of person who would be able to memorize the pattern of how the puzzle is cut. But that's a whole nother level. I would assume you would be autistic to do that. I don't know. I'm sure that would be a handy skill to have, although also it would be super, super annoying at the same time. I mean, although, you know, that's obviously something you can't control. Like how your brain processes things is how your brain processes things. Like I don't know how you would be able to change that anyway, but and that would just pass, hard pass. As we just keep spinning it. Is that this one? Huh. Ain't that a kicker? At least it'd say, what, a third, a half of the puzzle pieces I put it in? No, it's probably half. It's probably half. I would hope for better, but I'm also glad it's not worse. Because if it was worse, then I'd be really, really sad. Not really, but I'd just be, it's not really motivational. I feel like this should go somewhere. I don't know where it goes. I mean, it definitely goes somewhere, obviously. No idea. This is not. It's at one of these angles. I just can't match it. Was it this one? No. Whatever. Nah. You know, because it should still. I should have all of these. If I can get those in, that'd be nice. Is it asking for too much? I'm going to say yes. Although some of this is because the bottom also has the same. The bottom has got this black too. But yet again, I'm just going to point this out. This must be here. This piece I'm currently looking for must exist in these, because it's not going to be in the next group. Will it to be so? I don't know. It's not say. Don't be an ass. Will it to be? There's certain things, like, yes, it should actually be here. I would appreciate it if it would stop fighting me so much. That'd be great. I know. Stuck again. How is this thing? You know? Like, I should go on to the next section. Like, no, you're not going to go on to the next one. Although, the joy of it is, with the next one, be able to push it up. The whole puzzle is going to go up again. So I'll get more space on the board when I push it up. That'll be exciting. For me. For me, it'll be exciting. Because as always, that's all I care about is having extra space. Every time I get one in, you're like, where's the next one? No idea. No idea. Pulling teeth, kids. Pulling teeth. I guess in theory, well, no, here's the thing. Like, I'm super tempted. I'm like, oh, I can do the bottom side. No, you can't. The reason why I can't is because when I separated out the TIE Fighter, I did not separate out the ATSD and the supercharged destroyer. And those two bleed into the black on the bottom. I knew that, but I figured, hey, you'll get to that eventually. Like, don't, it's too much crap on the board at the same time. So I chose not to. And now you're like, hey, you can do this. Like, no, you cannot. If you thought you were running into trouble now, you are definitely going to be running into trouble there. Definitely going to be running into trouble there. You cannot. Where did this come from? Nothing there. Let's connect together? No. How does it not connect together? I say that and like, what did you do? Well, kids, I grabbed it and I started to try to put something in it. Yep. Yep, yep. Like that. Such a weird thing to pop it back and then you have the whole nother all this crap underneath it. Like, no, you know. Man, living dangerously. So obviously the placement is not solid. Is that the correct word for it? Close enough. It's not sturdy. So me picking it up like this is just asking for it to fall, to lose its solid form, and then just toss all the pieces that are on the thing on the floor. Like, do not put it down. Put it down. Be gentle with it. Don't doom yourself. Oh shit. By dropping that, because that would be a pretty shitty day. A pretty shitty day for everyone. And then we got to figure out how I'm supposed to get down on this. There we go. See? It's so weird that these pieces are even darker. Although I wonder if this is... No. I was trying to see if there was one that had a little bit of the color on the outside, the non-black. I mean, I say that, I don't know. Find out. It all depends on how close it gets, obviously. That, and I did put a few of them that had a little bit of color in on this. Although I don't have either. But the key with this one is that I don't know where the TESB starts and the black ends. So, as always, I don't know. Although it will make for, all these things you start with will make things better for later. You'll be able to toss them in fairly quickly. And then, you'll be able to set them on the board. Like right now, it might be a hot mess. For me, you don't care. It's a hot mess for me. But once it sets, it'll be fine. It's just right now I don't like it. Right now I'm not keen. I had one of the sites I like to watch last night. They'll do compilation videos of different ships from TV shows, like different, love stories you're supposed to care about and want to get together. So I was like, hey, I'll watch one of those. Maybe it'll stir my interest in watching a TV show, like, try something new. And they had one for Shadow and Bone. And I've seen the very beginning of the show. I just didn't finish it. And now the show got canceled anyway. So, all's fine. Like, if it's never going to end anyways, what difference does it make? But I watched the ship and I got done with it. Like, I watched the whole thing and I was like, man, I really didn't. I mean, I guess partially, you don't know those characters. You didn't really watch the show. Like, maybe if you'd watch the show, you'd care more about them. But I really didn't care. Well, that's a bust. Like, I watched the whole thing and got to the dramatic ending, and you're like, well, that's, never mind the fact it doesn't have an end. Like, I didn't care one way or the other, so, sure. Well, look, there's that one. I gotta push these down, because that's gonna cause me a problem later. Good times had by all. Just this one. Where's the outside edge? At least I'll be... Nope. That's not the right size. At least I'm whittling it down a little bit. As always, it's all I can hope for. All I can hope for. And somebody's happy. It'd be funny if someday they translate that, what the dogs are saying to each other. What it means. Like, I don't want to know, but you figure. Technology someday. I mean, they do have those buttons that the animals can step on, that they claim that's what the dog is, the dog will learn, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. If they don't just learn what that button will get them, if they step on it, Like if I step on this, I get a treat, so that's all they know. Like, it's not that they know the word, it's just they know what it gives them if they step on it. It's totally different things. This should be the other side. Since we did one side, we might as well do the other. Although I'm seriously tempted to do it backwards, because that's how we roll. Well, look, that actually goes together. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I totally did that on purpose. No, of course I didn't. Why would I do it on purpose? What are you, nuts? But we'll need to go up and down. I'm going to go up and down. And nope. Does that even fit? I mean, it says, but does it fit? I don't know if that fits or not. Nope. This is how about that one? That works better. How much did you go that way and you get all those? You still can't go the other way and get that one. Boggles the mind. See? Like that. Like that. Everything just went to the dumps. And now it's all stuck. I don't know if I should do... Just push it up and do the... Oh, I still have to do the red crab, don't I? Great. Well, I don't know if I should do... these one last time, see if we can't dig anything out of them. Nope. Okay. Well, I like this is one too. It's so weird that I don't have that one either. Oh, this is... Look, it's the one I couldn't find before. Nailed it. Oh, this one's up here. And this one's right here. Sorry. Oh, look, there's the one that goes down. Well, got a few of them in. play it out and see if we don't have any of this crap. I mean, random flotsam and jetsam, whatnot. These are on the edges. It's a code. But that'll be in the red crap. These. Just go down the line and see if we have any. No. Well, which tag finder is which? Nailed it. Should have that piece. Nope. I said that should exist. It's not a good sign. So when it's here, I ran it the wrong way. Oh shit. No idea. And mine. I got it. This one. The circles. This metal put on there. It's the small things. I look at this one like, how do we not have? There we go. I was gonna say, if I don't have that one, I mean, just hang head and shame. Walk away. Walk away. This is this one. Nailed it. I think it's safe to say I've finally started to whittle this down to a less shitty looking nonsense than it was before. Although I am all up in that camera. Well, sadly, it's only going to get worse because the puzzle is so big. I don't understand why I didn't put the green together. Should I just not? Did I not think to put it together? Did I not think it mattered? Because that would have cleared up a bunch of space because I had all the green together in the beginning. Like, did we just give up and move on? Like, what are we doing here? How did you epically fail on this one? Because I don't understand. Because I had all the green separated. And I know there was all of this. Pulling out all the green. I don't know why I didn't do it earlier. Because that would have gotten rid of a bunch of mess. But alas, no such joy. Oh. This one was here. Nailed it. Oh. Let's put this. There's that one. How I miss these things. Huh. Oh, sorry. Well, I guess here's my theme for it. Constantly putting my hand in front of the thing. How does that work? Leave that there then. Constantly putting my hand in front of the, although my arm, not my hand, my arm, putting my arm in front of the camera. Whoopsie daisy. You know, shit. I need to put the, where did this nonsense come from? Okay. Put this crap together. No. No, I will not. There's those two. How? How is this a thing? I don't understand. Unless these are wrong somewhere. No. When I separated them out originally, they should be all the dark pieces. Well, all the dark pieces that have lines in them. That didn't make sense. I was gonna say, no, it didn't explain it better. Rick actually has a line. You know, one side of the line is one color, one side of the line is the other, in the darker hues. So if it has anything that's dark on one side and then one of the other colors on the other, I separated them out. That's what this is supposed to be. It's supposed to. Just notice how I put that on the end of it. That's what we're supposed to be doing right now. So that way I could get all the edges done. So I could see where one section ends and the other one begins. Was the plan. We all know how well the plan has been working of late. Not at all. Not at all. But it's the small things in life. You know, the key was that way if I had it all separated like that, that way when I had the specific colors, like the black, it was supposed to just slot right in. But as we are well aware, I epically failed. Probably epic's not the right word for it, but I failed to do it well. So it ended up just being a hot mess. You know, I tried. Because here we are, who knows how many hours in? 10 and a half. And this is where we're at. I mean, it's not the worst. Now for the red line. Although I don't want to do the outside because I'd be missing on the outside. And it'd be great to lock it down. Works well. It works well. Small problem with this. Let's see if we can't pull this out. If I don't move the camera, so I just bump the camera, maybe I could slide it back into the spot when I'm done. Is that not an open dream? I've stripped back camera so many times. Oh. Okay. Well, it said that I already forgotten where I got this from. There we go. Okay, I was gonna say. I already forgot where you got this from. I could lose my mind. Well, it should be here then. Unless it's part of that. Oh, shit. Don't. Oh, this is ridiculous. Where did we get it from? There we go. Oh. It's fine. It's fine. pungent. I always tell when I get into the zone, I stop talking. And then I was like, man, I should be talking because now there's dead space. But then when I do start talking, if anybody's actually listening to me, it must scare the bejesus out of them. You know? Although usually if I, ask people to watch it, whatever, I usually tell them to just turn the sound off. I keep it real. Just to watch the progression in the background, because sometimes. I will admit, the first half of this puzzle stream, when I started it, I did talk through most of that one. I did actually have stuff to talk about. Not to say I planned it out, I just rambled on and on and on and on. Whether or not that's what you wanted, well, maybe. I don't know. Oh well. In the end, I do these streams just because I'm going to be doing the puzzle anyways. You never know. Somebody might want to watch it. Want to see, how long does this one specific puzzle take? I mean, in a roundabout fashion, because obviously how long it takes is dependent on the person. How long it takes me versus how much it takes the next person to do it. The next person can do it exponentially faster than me. That I can see. This one's going to go over here somewhere. 'Tis the end, boys and girls. 'Tis the end. But I'm just happy, although I shouldn't have set him up this way. As always, like, you shouldn't set it that way. But I do. I don't know why. I'm genuinely confused as to how this is set up, because certain things I run across, I'm like, I should have that. It should be right here. Like, I should have already had that together. Like, why is it not together? I don't understand. That should be a part that's already been separated out. It shouldn't be missing. I don't get it. I'm missing something. I just don't know what it is. Whether it's in another section, I didn't think about it, or I don't know. I'm genuinely flummoxed on some of this stuff, but in the end, I'll dwell on it. I'll ramble on and about it, but I know it'll turn up. I just don't know if I'm not. I don't know. I know it'll turn up. It'll be fine. It's just weird. It's just weird. It's weird indeed. Like, this one goes right here. I don't. I didn't do the bestest of jobs. I'm greatly disappointed in myself. I'm gonna keep it real. But it should. Like, where's this one? Like, how do you not have that one? It's black and red. Never mind. Generally flummoxed. Oh, there we go. There's that one. But that's still not the one I'm looking for. I can't. It's best not to ask such questions. Like, do you want to know the answer to that? I don't. Because if it's not there, then it has to be here, yeah? I guess, technically. The red could be so faint that it doesn't show up. Nope, it didn't show up. Genuinely curious. How does this work? I mean, it doesn't. It doesn't work at all. I'll get a correct word for it, but flummoxed. As always, consistently bad. Why are you trying for this one? Are you an idiot? There we go. Okay. Because yet again, there's no, I was going to say there's no, there's no reason why it shouldn't be there. Fighting it the whole way, like it must exist. I guess we're finally getting a little bit of it in. The things that didn't make sense before, not that one thing. I don't remember what I was talking about, but I haven't run across that yet. That hasn't fixed itself yet. That one's not fixed itself yet. Shit. This one's here. There we go. I say they should all exist. Like this one should exist because it's dark. It'll exist. As I keep saying it over and over again, like that. If I say it numerous times, it'll magically appear out of the aether. I mean, some of them are. Here we go. That's why I say aether instead of ether. It's a stupid door. And I mean, it's a good movie, but it's from Thor. Let's see if this is. This one. Oh, this one. Oh, here's a little bit of. There's a little bit of red. After I bitched about it forever, it magically appeared. trying. Stop trying. Come on. Had some skills. I didn't even put it in right at all. It's the wrong way. Makes perfect sense. Although, there it is, the other one. I've been thinking about it. When I separate these, I should have done the sides and then the bottom last because obviously they're clearly different. I mean, you can't tell. I can tell. They're clearly different. The bottom is snow, and then the sides is more blue. So, although I should have, honestly, when I separate these, made sure all the blue sides were with the red, or at least separated and not mixed together, because that was a catastrophe. I don't know how I ended up with missing all these random side pieces. That's just a hot mess. I'm just saying. How's that not? Because you can't even connect the sides together. Although this tells me there must be 3 groups of blue. I don't know. Yet again, I threw them in the drawers. No idea. I think so. Because I know I dumped one on that side. Let's look at to there. What a catastrophe. Yeah, because I didn't. I'm not keen. Where's this one? Oh. Well, that's odd. I mean, I have it. It exists. I just don't know where it is. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Because this goes all the way down here. Shit. Well, oh no, this is actually higher. This goes here. Good. Because it was sad times indeed if it went the other way. But neither here nor there. Throw these together because they're all spread across the 4 corners of the globe. Oh, there we go. Huzzah! Just blind. It's fine. Am I surprised? No. I'm not surprised. Yes. I was going to say it's got to fade to darkness. There we go. So that's how much is still on the side. Great. Just great. I mean, to be expected, but it's slightly annoying. You just try to use one. It's a good sign when you try to connect it to a piece that's not an outside piece. Well done. Well done, small child. Well done. So that goes on there. Yep. Well, that should be here then. Oh, shit. Nailed it hard. Hello. As you can see, I'm doing great things. Looks like a hot mess. As I bump the camera, I think I got it right back. All this work. My Vader is blocking Empire Strikes Back. Will I ever finish this puzzle? Maybe, eventually. Oh, jeez. If I could stop bumping the camera all the time, that would also be helpful. That's still, at some point, I need to go through all my videos and then just have little clocks on it. Every time I bump my camera or lean into the shot. I mean, it doesn't matter for this one because I can't. Not that I can't. That's not the correct word for it. But because it's just so damn big. It's such a big puzzle. It takes up so much space. You're just going to keep running into it. That's pretty much inevitable. It's not a surprise. As I distract myself and stop doing the outside pieces, I really do. I don't know why. I mean, I know why. I don't like the outside pieces. Although you think they'd be like, oh, hey, that'll help you know where the end is. It's like, I know where the end is. That's not the issue. But I do it because I was trying to see how far down the puzzle, how far I have to push it up. Because the problem lies, one of the many reasons why I didn't want to push it up is because obviously when I lean over, because my arms are not long enough, I get into the shot even more than I did before. So that's really, really annoying. I didn't want to do that. I'd like to avoid it. But considering I've been doing it nonstop anyways, I don't know if it really matters one way or the other. Killing it. But as I'm 3.5 hours in. But yeah. If you have any suggestions or anything you want to talk about, you let me know. Random viewers. As I suffer to the tedious part, which I will be doing the AT-ATs and the Star Destroyers next. Feel free to tell me if I'm wrong, because I think the AT-ATs are the ones with the 4 legs. And the AT-ST is the 2-legged ones. I did bother to look it up to see that the thing in the puzzle is the meditation chamber, but I didn't bother to look it up to see if that's an AT-AT or an AT-ST. The problem being that it's one of those things that you look it up, you read it, and then you just don't retain it. So at some point, I give up. My brain obviously says, nah, I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered to store that in a place that you're going to be able to find it, so we're just going to dump it. Just going to dump it somewhere, and then, let you come back later. Figure it out. Check it again. Aww. Where's this go? I'm all over the place. But yeah, at least right now, I don't have as many pieces. I say that the next step is that crap. So that's going to bury the table again. I guess the one perk of having this puzzle board is that I can know kind of how big it's going to be in the end. I know it's not as big as the board. The board is bigger. They were smart enough when they made this puzzle board to know that not every single 2,000 piece puzzle is the same size, dimension-wise. Because it would have been a real bummer had they done the smaller versions, because obviously puzzle pieces come in different sizes. Why is this not? Oh, shit. Oh, look. There's a whole bunch of them. You know what? That might help you. Just a wee bit. No guarantees, but it might help. Never mind the fact that there's stuff at the very top is the bottom. I done that first because that's how we play. In my defense, it's fairly easy. That one I laid it out in the first stream while you were separating out all these pieces, while I was separating out the pieces horribly wrong. I just put those together because there's not that many. It's the distinctive bottom. Although I obviously just put some of Luke and Vader together not that long ago. But the outline of them is distinctive. There we go. Let's say that. I'll claim that one. But, but just to me, even though the outside generally, I say generally, goes together fairly simple, it still, to me, seems like it drags. It takes forever. It's super boring. I mean, I'd say the whole puzzle has been pretty tedious at this part. This is the drawback of the bigger puzzles, is that they just take forever. They take forever to put together. Watching paint dry. Get it. Sassafras. Okay. This one goes here. Oh shit. Oh, why am I putting it together? That's not where that goes. No. Where's the rest of the outside? I don't know. Whatever. Least to my worries. I wanted to see what I got what I wanted out of it, which is I needed to see what the bottom was. The bottom what was what was important. Everything else is kind of a cares. As I just throw the bottom up there. It's in my way. Okay. So next, we'll do. I should really finish the red before I start on the other ones. Where's this piece? Oh, did it not connect? Now I'm confused. Oh, this one says right here. Where's this? Because I would keep asking, it'll magically appear. Isn't that the way it works? Sit. There we go. Yeah. Also, if I tell the puzzle to sit, it'll definitely do it for me. That's how this works. I organized out a while ago 3 ones, and then I just didn't do them. For whatever reason, I looked at it and I was like, you know what? This is probably why you didn't organize them last time, because you looked at it and you're like, I can't stand any of you. I can't stand any of you. I don't want to do it. And I just kept on going. Because it's got random green pieces in here. I mean, I have the TIE fighters. Where's the... All the other times I've ever done this, I've been able to put them together fairly well. I just don't know why this time I'm hating it so much. Oh, I could definitely say it's the theme of the puzzle. We're calling it. I don't care. We will finagle that out later. First, you don't succeed, ignore it, and come back later. That is the lightsaber. That's not for down here. So now we're gonna move these in. They have to be perfect. Well, perfect's not the correct word for it, but they have to be in their order. I just don't know. How do I have 7 of that one? Look, that's not right. It's supposed to be in divisible by 3. Why 3? Because that's the random ass number I came up with. And I've been doing puzzles since the beginning of time, and that's how many rows of each. So it's divisible by 3. So that's what we be doing. And this stupid thing. Where does this stupid thing go? Underneath that. Okay. Don't know. Let's see how well this mixed together since the last time I touched it. I know, I need to readjust this camera at some point because I'm going to run into it nonstop now. It's in my face. That's not remotely close. How did that happen? Well, that looks like it's part of Vader. That's kind of amusing. Although, yet again, my puzzle pieces are where the things go. That's not going to be annoying for later. Although the ATSD, as I call it until the end of time, will go on there because that's where it currently is. Where's that go? Oodles are fun. Oodles. That. And I just noticed that the the bottom is cut off. Oh well. Where's that? That should go right there. Oh shit. I mean, yay. Can I fit? No. Sure. A lot of those. 74 years from now, when this puzzle is done. It is actually very pretty. To me, obviously. If you don't like Star Wars, it might not be nearly as exciting as it is for me. I should need to set that on the thing at some point. pieces so little time. Super tedious part of laying them all out. The good thing is, I separated these out at the beginning of this stream because I knew I would eventually get to this. And then I guess after I get done with this, I'm going to need to decide how I want to play it. To push it up and then just have everything on the placemats, or to do it a different way. Although, as always, I look at this and I'm like, it should be, it should be fairly, how did I get that? Quick to throw these together, but I say that, there's no guarantees on that one. Who am I kidding? It's a lot of pieces. That never ends. Oh my gosh. That, one of the things I do on the table is that I hook it, and I dare say every time I hook the table, it probably makes it shake. So I apologize. How am I down to 5? Oh, here we go. Look, it's a TIE fighter. I'm shocked. Although I'm pretty sure I skipped that one because I knew I wasn't going to be able to figure out where it goes because it's in the middle of nothing. Well, not nothing. It's in the middle of the group that is the last pieces to put in, so she's not going to connect for a while. Oh gosh, how many of these pieces are there? It was all pristine and pretty, and there wasn't that much stuff there. It was all nice and clean. I was so excited to have all that empty space. It was great. I loved it. Loved it immensely. No. Back to this. Back to 5 billion pieces. Well, it is 4 AT-ATs. 2 Star Destroyers. Oh wait, there's 4. There's 4 Star Destroyers. Oh, well. Huh, who knew? You know, maybe if I looked at the picture and counted it. No, nothing? No. Why would I do such a thing? That's foolish talk. Foolish. Yeah, I really, really don't like it. Although I just did. When you put it on top of the puzzle, so it's double stacked. Not keen on it. But needs to be doing what needs to be done. It's also I don't have to reach across the puzzle. That, and I would hope that I should be able to put some of these together fairly quickly at some point if I ever get there. Oh, crap. You know what? Every once in a while, I'll find a piece, and I don't understand, like, that's not separated correctly. I don't know why that's in here, but that's fine. That's fine. I don't care at this point. Okay. Although I still don't understand how I ended up with this. Because it should be a part of these, but that's neither here nor there. Look, there's a green. honestly. Anyways. That's not the question, the madness. I'll move this over. One drawback of this. I'm seriously tempted. I wonder where the I'm seriously tempted to take out the dark blue and put it in the thing. Keep that picture of the button. And then see if we can't put more in together. As I throw pieces on the floor. At least I'm consistently consistently bad at it. Here I am, like, you need to do this. I'm like, what do? We get something else instead. Yep. Makes perfect sense. That'll be fine. Although it does look a lot of dark pieces that could go into what I was having problems with before. So maybe get some of those sides that I hated so much that I couldn't find before. It's so interesting. So if you get one of these boards, it's made out of woodish, is my answer. You know, like it's the plywood, whatever. But, I mean, I guess it does have wood in it. I don't know what it is. But it makes the pieces smell like wood. Pretty sure that's not the intention, but that's what it does. Oh, I have a sneaking suspicion that might be for something else. We will see. If I get 3 pieces in for this, will we be if I could speak. If I get 3 pieces of this in, will I be proud of myself? Probably not. I've just made a bigger mess. Because now there literally is a bazillion pieces everywhere. They're everywhere. That nonsense over there, that is the lighter color stuff that I never got to. Nailing it. Okay. We will see. This was actually worthwhile. Will we have this shit-ass craptastic piece? Yes. Yes, we do. That's since I was missing it before. Couldn't figure out why that section was not working. Well, yeah, the super tedious process of putting in all these pieces. And a general disclaimer, if you want to do a 2,000 piece puzzle, it's just big. It's just big. It just takes a really long time. I actually do have, if I didn't have the puzzle board, I do have other boards that I can put it on, so take it off the table. Because obviously this is my workstation too. Although I started this puzzle today, I'm like, you're still not going to finish it, so it's still going to be sitting on the floor so I can walk into it at some point. That was something before, so yeah. Great. Not even remotely close. Sad time. You get like 2 pieces in, and we're like, and we're done. All that work, all that separation. We're like, you get 2 pieces, 2. There's 3. 4. I wouldn't be really surprised. That's pretty much how this puzzle goes. I don't know why every time I predict a timing on these, I'm wrong. Although, yes, the original time I predicted for this, I knew was wrong. I knew it was stupid when I said it. Although I wasn't stupid enough to put it on the time estimation thing, like when I put in my description of how long it'll take. I'm not that stupid. But I still knew it was foolish to think it was going to come close to that. For whatever reason, I feel like that's something else that I have seen somewhere. I don't know. Don't drop it. Don't drop it. Yes, it's important to tell myself that, because if I drop this thing after I put all the pieces on here, this is not a sturdy surface. It will go kadoosh, and then all the pieces will be all over the board. It'll be a sad day. Will I not have carbonite? I don't understand what's wrong with this one either. Originally, I would think that it's because it's missing the ones that go, the tubers, the ones that are the weird shaped ones. Unless maybe I have a piece that's in the wrong spot. Yep. Piece in the wrong spot. Crap, this is going. Yeah. Perhaps that is why you can't find anything. Yep. That's slightly amusing. Not really amusing. It's probably a bad word for it. Annoying would be the correct word for it. Although, does that mean this one's wrong too? I guess that could also mean that the other side has the same problem. Like the reason why I couldn't find pieces over there is that something was wrong as well. I don't know if that's wear and tear. Is it a me problem, the puzzle problem, or both? I'm going to say both. Even up. My failure, puzzle failure, together failure. But at least we're getting some of this put in. Although I would hope that I'd be able to get rid of most of these, because the original plan, before I got sidetracked thinking I can find pieces that go here, was to put the 3 ATSTs on this, because where they go on the board is where the puzzle pieces are. So, no joy on that. That's not going to fit. That's not going to work. At the very least, if I can get this down to what it was before I put all those extra pieces on there. I mean, it all just depends. I can get super lucky, and these could go on Darth Vader, and then it would take a whole bunch of space. But technically, Vader goes in the middle. The ATSTs go a little bit to the side of it, and then the space that is available is where the Super Star Destroyers go. But, there we go. But still, much better than I did last time, because clearly we were missing. Somebody did a terrible job separating this. Yeah. Just, my plan of attack was a terrible one. Yeah. Because I failed on that. I paid and I paid and I paid. And then I paid some more. But I feel like that's not too bad. Will I live dangerously and try to do the next row down? Because I feel like that's going to run into blue. The blue I skipped. Blue I didn't do. I didn't separate it out yet. It's still in the drawer. But, oh well. I mean, I did actually go through and pick some of it because I couldn't take it. But not all of them. Here's this one. I just take one. Like, that's not even remotely close. Nice try. Nice try. Lane. It's when you get all cocky. I'm like, oh, I got a whole row done. Perfect. We can get all this knocked out. It'll be easy peasy. Nope, stuck. Next row, stuck. Just like last time. get all hopeful, excited. I'm gonna be on a roll. It's gonna be awesome. No. So, cheat. So I don't have to constantly lean over. We're just gonna do it this way. And then I'll just put it back when I'm done. Although I feel like that was a terrible idea. Like you will never find another one now that I've done that. Ain't that how we roll? Yay. Oodles of fun. It's so weird to me because usually I'm able to just knock out bait or two. I don't know. That one goes to that one, but doesn't connect to this one. So it's not that. It's close though. And it's kind of weird to have one that is that close. No there. And that's something else. So this is wrong. This one? No. Oh, this is a hot mess. Slightly amusing and also slightly sad at the same time. Wow, we're getting them to sit in there and they're not right. Doesn't really bode well for the future. I'm just saying. That's not right either. I keep getting ones to fit in there, and then later on, like, am I flipping them out? Like, what are we doing here? You know, am I checking one and then picking up the wrong one? Like, how is this happening? How is it happening over and over again? Try number 3. Well, that looks right. Jeez. Bonkers. Just bonkers. That, to find the next one for the one that you found that was wrong, and for it to be the same way as the other one was, that's not, doesn't make sense. Oh well. Good moving. As long as I don't do what I always do when I have ones that are together. I forget that they're there, so I don't check them. So then you're looking for a piece you do actually have, but you just didn't check it because it's together and up top. I keep kneeing the table. Did the camera shake? I'm just going to say yes. Sorry. Not bad. I did not mean to shake the camera. There we go. And I always do. Oh, this part. The problem is that I'm going to run out of space because I'm going the wrong way. It's not the wrong way, but it's just I'm going off the board. I remind myself to keep checking to make sure. Number 1, didn't lose connection. Number 2, not sitting in front of the camera so nobody can see anything. Over and over again. Because I know I'm right next to it. I can feel the camera staring at me. I mean, that's the correct way to say that. That sounds a little bit weird, but I feel it almost touching my head. I just don't know if it's actually, if I'm in the shot or not. Yeah. As always, the second I put it in, that's when everything goes to shit. Where's the other one? Did it fall off or did I put it in somewhere? It fell off. I need to figure out a better way to sit in this chair because I hook my foot on the leg and then I shake it. So, not intentionally, I mean, I do intentionally do it, but not intentionally to shake the table because I just fidget. I fidget as I do other things. My bad. So, if it's shaking, as I keep saying over and over again, I keep doing it. I keep doing it in different ways. Like, sometimes I'll bump it, sometimes I'm moving my leg. It's the theme of the stream. Like, stop twitching. Honestly. Just stop. Stop bumping into it. You're constantly in the shot. You're constantly leaning over into the camera. I don't know if the bugs turn out. The drawback of doing these puzzles at night is that the window's open. The light is on. There is a screen, but the tiny itty bitty bugs get in through the screen. So, light attracts bugs. This is how this works. We all know how this works. So all it sees is like, look, there's lights. Go that way. Let's see what's in there. Like, no, don't see what's in here. Please leave. But they have to be tiny enough to get in through the screen. So it's the little microscopic bugs. So you're like, is that something is that actually something flitting around, or is it just a weird play of light, out of the corner of your eye kind of thing? Just the dulcet sounds of the awesome AC units that I sometimes feel are older than me, but they make nice noises like they're about to take off when they turn them on. Although they fixed, this will not come out. They fixed the one that sounded like it was dying today. Trying to figure out what the beating noise was, and then I realized they were trying to fix all that work to take it out, and I still couldn't find a piece. Is it this one? No. Isn't that what we wanted? Starting to get into the stuck section. Well, the only reason I keep trying to find these and put them in is because I need the thing. That's got fucking pieces on it. Shit. Which I was supposed to be moving them over so that I could fit the things on it. What did I do? I put more on it because I was like, I can fit more in here. I can do this. I mean, technically I did. I did actually get more in. So technically, yes, I did accomplish the goal. Look, there's that one. Which, I wonder if I could do it this way and see if I can't figure out if it's wrong, or just, I'm just bad at it. I'm just bad at it. Even better. Bug. He survived for not very long. And then he was dead. I'm like, nope, not invited. The tiny little itty bitty green one. I don't know what the green ones are, but those are the ones that come in through the window all the time. Yeah, what was I watching? Oh, I was watching videos yesterday. They were the apartments in Japan where they have live streamers on there, and the apartments are infested with cockroaches and bugs and whatnot, and they literally just film themselves eating and stuff. And I watched that and I was like, this is a terrible idea, because what happens when I see TV shows and movies and things that have bugs in them is that it automatically makes you feel like you have bugs crawling on you, even though you don't. Like, I don't know if I'm the only person that does that, but it was just so, it was icky. That I kept thinking about what happens about your neighbors, because if you have bugs, the odds of the bugs also going to the neighbor's house is quite high. Like, I feel sorry for them. So because you wanted to film content with a whole bunch of bugs in your apartment, I mean, they might just be one of those hoarders that has a disgusting house. But the amount of money that they make streaming the hideous conditions from which they live in makes me believe that that's not entirely true. Like, you could easily either A, pay somebody, or B, just clean it up yourself. But you're not doing it because you're making so much money that you are willing to live in a bug-infested place that you have to leave she had a teddy bear, and she had the teddy bear in the bag because apparently roaches eat everything. Roaches and bugs, they'd eat the teddy bear. So she has to keep it in the bag so the roaches don't eat it. Like, sure, that's information you never needed to know. Like, I feel like I just would not be there. If they were that bad, the place would be fumigated. I would not be staying there. Because they were talking about how apparently the bugs will crawl into your ears and lay eggs. I'm like, really, do we need to do this? Although anybody that's listening to this, I'm sorry. I'm sure that has to be traumatic for you. But it's fine. It's just disgusting. Disgusting. Okay. Well, I wonder if I could do this here. These. But yeah, it was nasty. Nasty. I just could not fathom living that way. And constantly freaking out about the bugs. You know, to each his own. Somebody out there will live that way, especially for the money they make on streams. It's sometimes ridiculous. Because, of course, the girl that lived in the bug infested cesspool, you know, I mean, you know, your typical Japanese girl. I was trying to rate her, but I don't know. It depends. She's not like a drop dead gorgeous for any means. She's not hideous either. I'd say she's average. But yet she still makes who knows how much money eating terrible food in an apartment. And then they also had one that the guy had rice in the rice cooker that had gone bad. So he washed it. Like washed it. Like put soap in it, washed it, and then ate it up and ate it. Like that's a level. We're not doing that. I mean, he's not serving it to other people, so I guess there's that. But I'm still going to give it a hard pass. Because, you know, you. That, and he was another one that made enough money that he was able to get a better place. But he still eats the same way he always does because he says he likes it. I'm like, well, you know. Well, that and of all the things, like washing the rice and all that stuff, he says he never gets sick. I'm like, well, you know, I would assume if you're constantly eating that stuff, you must have a cast iron stomach or you'd be dead by now. One or the other. You can't possibly get sick easily because if you did, you would have already done so. Okay. That bug. Yeah. Got a decent amount of them out. Now, there's a joy that is the ATSD. AT-AT? Oh, fuck, who knows? Whatever. It's one of those. It'll be slightly amusing. It'll be like, and can't find anything. I'm like, why is this a thing? Oh, okay. Nope. Fuck. Will I lean into the shot? Yes, absolutely. Intentionally? No. Not really. No. How is that not the right one? Shit. I mean, great. Great. 12:30. Man, that's one thing about this puzzle is that time just kind of flies by. You're like, crap, I expected to be farther than this. Like, I knew I wasn't going to get done today because honestly I started too late. Like, it's just time. There's not enough time to do it. But still, then, man, I need to do more of this purely because I can't. There's too much crap on the board. I can't pick it up and move it without knocking everything off. Isn't that a yeah, that, and I don't know why. Why it's such a pain to put things together, but I would assume it doesn't help because you have that camera there. I'm constantly trying not to hit it. Sadly enough, I'm trying not to hit it, yet I hit it all the time. Like, you'd only fathom what it'd be if I wasn't even bothering to try not to. That would just be ridiculous. As I try to build the Star Destroyer on top of the TESB space. And I'm hensing the shot. As I say, I'm consistently bad. I don't know. Always. Always. There we go. Slowly but surely. Oh well. That means I hit the Superstar Destroyer right there. Interesting. I mean, I knew that was there the entire time. Nope. No. Well, where does that go? And that one should be right there. Where is it? Fighting me the entire flipping way. The entire flipping way. Really amazing that that one, I couldn't tell if it was mountain or if it was Star Destroyer. Did you think those two would be fairly distinctive? But apparently not. You don't even know. And just somehow the same. I mean, it was Super Star Destroyer, shockingly, but no, fairly similar. Nothing super fancy about it. That's a fun one. Joy. That's not right. Stop putting it in a spot that doesn't exist. Sassafras right now. Interesting. I mean, oh, there's that one. That one goes there. Goes underneath. Right here. Close. Can I hook my foot behind the thing and shake the camera? Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, I'm consistent that way. Look at that. Top of the superstar square. One I don't have. Great. There's only 4 for sakes. There's only 4. I still have the ATSD that's underneath it, but I can't figure out how that goes either. I don't know how. I know I always have trouble connecting the head with the body, and I understand that I literally have them. I have the picture right there, and yet still I have the hardest time connecting the head and the body together. I don't know why this is such an issue, but usually I have to go backwards. So, like I have to find where, thank you, bugs. I have to connect a different part of it and then go backwards and figure out what it is. Because I always have trouble with them. Picture and all, no idea. None. No clue. Zero. Still weird. Even, I mean, it looks distinctive when you finally find it, but I looked at it a couple times and didn't see it, so who knows? Is it because it's late at night? No, not really. Pretty much how we've been doing it the entire time, so has not changed that. In any way. What's that? What was I looking for? Oh, looking for this. I've never found a piece that was not. I'm right back to where I was before. Like, can we find this one? No. No, I cannot. Why? I don't know. Could it be underneath? Maybe. Yeah, I'm going to need to find a home for these. It's not buried underneath the thing. But no, that's not it either. They're supposed to be easy to put together. I'm pretty sure I made that stupid ass claim earlier. I'm just saying. I made that claim. I was like, oh, it'll be easy. Just throw it here. Easy peasy lemon freely. Done, done. And yet, here we are, yet again. Must exist. Here we go. There's this one. Long second way. And again, no clue. What's. Oh, no. His head's not right there. It's right before it, which means it should be one of these. Oh. About time. Well, that and not only finding those. I'm also finding the ones that are from the earlier group that I stopped looking for. I stopped trying to find where they went in the puzzle because I figured they'd eventually turn up on their own, and lo and behold, well, not turn up on their own. I'd eventually run into where the hell they're supposed to be when looking for something else, and then I could just put them in then instead of trying to figure it out. Yet again, if I was one of those people that can look at the box and then find where it goes in a quick manner, because technically I can do that, I just don't do that because it just takes forever. Oh shit. Well, good news. This time I need the table and shook the camera. It's a new way. Proud, proud. There we go. Again, there we go. I was gonna say it does exist. That's not the issue. Not only does it exist, it's here. It's got to be here because I've already the sections that are left are not. There shouldn't be any of the vehicle pieces left. That's not what's left over. I mean, technically there could be a few, but they're not. There shouldn't be that many. I'll try it this way. Stupid TESB. How is this even a thing? Here we go. Man, be fighting you hard the whole fucking way. That, and I even have the thing that shows me which way it goes in, so it's not like it's. No, it's not at all. It's fine, it's fine. Ridiculous. Well, there's the ATSD. Run it up against the wall. And it's always obsessed. Like, it must exist. It has to be here. Stop looking for it for the love of Pete. It's your last chance. Honestly. Okay. Uh-oh. My bad. Dropped it. I have no idea where that goes. Oh, wait, right here. Nailed it. That's not going to do me any good. Huh. There's that nonsense. I mean, glorious, glorious. For this purpose. That's slightly amusing. Serves a purpose. I'm trying to make room if I can put that thing in there. Put the thing in there. Put the connect those together because they should eventually connect into one big long stream at some point. I say that like it should connect. I don't know how it hasn't already, honestly, because it should be fairly close. I'm missing one piece somewhere to connect them. Bite me. No. Bonkers. Because it should go this way too. You know? Yeah, I know. I had to double check to make sure it wasn't the ETA too. No, it's not. Look, I found it. Still driving me bonkers. How in the name of the God? You know, it must go all the way over here then. Because it's got, oh, yeah, it's going to be right here. Great. Perfect sense. Perfect sense. I keep coming back to the black ones, be like, they must match together. I mean, they should. And again, these pieces should be here. They shouldn't be anywhere else because they're black. For Pete's sakes, all the black ones got pulled. They were supposed to get pulled. And yet here we are. Where is it? Nobody knows. I mean, it could entirely be in this nonsense. I just can't see it because that's how this puzzle goes. But you know, no, it should exist. So should this one. There we go. It's the goal is to push them together in the end. Will I ever get there? Well, technically, probably, eventually, sure. Today? I mean, in this stream? Yet again, should it not exist? I don't know. Okay. I'm clearly not going to get it done today. Nowhere near done. So I'm going to call it. Thanks for watching this awesome riveting stream that lasted 5 hours, 30 minutes. We'll do about 5 hours and 30 minutes. If you liked this stream, or even if you didn't, just be able to like, comment, subscribe, tell me how terrible it is. I only stream like once or twice a week. You could always turn the notifications off if you don't want to hear them. And then, you could be subscribed and yet never get any notifications. It'll be awesome. It'll be awesome. Yeah. Why I reorganized these, knowing full well that I'm about to pick it up and set it on the floor, no idea. But just realized that I did laundry today, and that laundry is currently sitting on the bed. So I have to put my clothes away before I go to bed. Great. In my defense, if you've never used a washer dryer, the clothes, when they get done, are super hot. And when I say it's super hot, I mean, great googly moogly, what's wrong with this thing? So because they're so hot, I kind of leave them out on the bed to cool. And then when I got off work, instead of putting it away, I did this instead. So, this is how we ended up here. So, maybe next time I do the stream, it should not be tomorrow. It will not be today. It'll be eventually. Maybe then all the pieces that I keep bitching about that should have appeared by now will show up. Will they show up? They should. Well, maybe that's that. Is it that? No, that's not it either. You know what? You know how hard it is to lean over the thing But you're not in the shot. What is blue? There's nothing. There is no blue. Bite me. This way? Is it this one or this one? This one? Nailed it. I thought it was the other one and I tried it anyways. Ain't that the way it works? Like, nope, you really can't figure this out. You're really just not doing well. Although, I dare say, I accomplished great things. From what we started with till now, a great deal has been put down. I just haven't, gotten it all in yet. Put it down. So, next time, I will continue on the never-ending saga that is the 2000-piece Empire Strikes Back puzzle. Next time will be the end of the thing. I'll make sure that I have enough time. Well, that, honestly, there isn't much left. This isn't nearly as hard as I make it out to be. I mean, it shouldn't be, but somehow it is. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But it should wrap up next time because of how much got done now. Like, there's only 2 sections left. I see that. Okay. Yeah. So there's barely any in that one. There's a little bit there, and then there's that one. So there's 3 left. But it should eventually, it should come together, and when it comes together, then it should go. I say that knowing full well that's not the case, because the worst part is that crap up there. Because it's so far away, how to get to it without just not constantly being in the shot, I'm not entirely certain. My arms aren't long enough. It's a problem for later date. Well, or just be consistently, just constantly in the shot like I have been the entire time. I mean, geez. Every single time. Look, that one goes there. Where's the rest of the stuff? Where does it connect? What's wrong with this thing? Because it should have... Do not say the same thing as always. I should have these pieces. But yeah, thanks for watching. I will stop putting pieces in. Look, I actually found one. Isn't that exciting? I am actually able to put pieces in. Aren't we excited? Aren't we proud? No. I don't really know. This puzzle is just kicking my ass. This is, you made a choice. You're like, wow, this is not the best idea. You're like, I'm doing it anyways. Well, reap what you sow, kid. You chose this nonsense, and now you're going to finish it. No matter what. I don't care. You're going to finish it. And it's going to be glorious. No, it's not going to be glorious, but it's going to be finished. And that is the bottom of the... It's the bottom of this. So we should be getting close. Because this is the bottom of that. They're going to come together eventually. Unfortunately, this is in the way. This is causing me fits. But, what could possibly go wrong? Oh, look, that's a... Start is for... But yeah, so next time we will finish this nonsense. And I will stop talking in a little bit, because that's what we do. Look, it's a TIE fighter. Where's the piece go? I have no idea. Yeah. Till next time, thank you for watching. Like, comment, subscribe. See you next time. Have a great day.